Hello and welcome to episode 5, part 1 of our warrior journey. We find ourselves in Hillsborough Foothills, and we are off to Durnhold morning with a mental talent point from levelling. And on the way we're going to be keeping our eyes out for herbs. Life root here, exactly what we want. We use that to craft our most recent healing potion. Currently that's going to be worth a lot of skill up too. We're still interested in grabbing Briarthorn, Bruiseweed, Wild Steel Bloom, Strangle, and the Life. All of the stuff used regularly for the potion. Bruiseweed up there. Back in a moment. Oh, that's top of a major rise. We're not going to be able to sense it there. Bruiseweed is certainly more common than things like Life Root. So we're more concerned on grabbing this. The lower part of the river is very dangerous. On this side, there's South Shore, which is an alliance town, and the guards there are extremely high level. We don't want to go really any further than down here. Certainly don't go onto that side of the river. Seem to be anything. So, in this keep, what are we looking to do? We're looking to rescue 2 prisoners. So we need to find the jailers with the keys. One is often down there, one is often up here. Sometimes the jailers are actually in different spots. That's the prisoners are always in those locations. There's one jail. That is the correct jailer, but up here, anyway. Um, Be reconsumed soon. Good. First
Well met.
leather. Leather.
Have
Okay.
a good one.
Just leather. Um, so, as you can probably see, it's not going to be a difficulty finding Watchmen. We will need to pick out all of the rogues that we can. Oh, that's better. Had a rather pleasant cough there. Um, hey, so we're going to focus on the rogues. Obviously, we'll clear the Watchmen where we need to make a decent, safe path through. If we need to run, we can. But primarily, we're picking out the rogues. Now, we haven't definitively located the second jailer. They should be in that building, but they usually are, and I haven't seen them elsewhere. Yeah, that's all of the innocent blood we need. Have that rogue. Line of sight building. Not what I wanted, I didn't want to build both. time here. Is the jailer? Yeah, jailer Easton is in there. So pull the mage out. Probably pull the rogue too, and fight the others. Not playing that very well. The line of sight around the corner was really wasn't happy with. So this is actually easier solo than not, since the jailer has a mind control if there's more than one of you. So especially to be doing this like at a level appropriate point, he can be significantly more dangerous if it's two of you. Right, rescue is complete. Do need to hand in that one. Right. We need 3 rogues. Let's put it this way. Check. No, there aren't additional rogues in there. Let's watch the mage. So what a mage should be, might be able to pull this rogue just out the back door, honestly. Right, so we're starting to see some elements of respawns. We've got a rogue there, which is ideal. Grab that one. So, the number of skulls that are often needed when the rest of the Hillsbrad quests are done is around about 10. So the fact that we found 9 is really helpful. So it's always worth doing the first Hillsbrad battle quest first, so that you unlock this quest before you do the Durnhold Keep. There you go. So 30% done. 33% done, I should say. Now we're going to have a look at these mud snout blossoms. And this is an awkward quest. It does have hi Ace, how are you? I will do the Elite Dwarf quest, but there's a lot of other quest chains to get to that point. Humbert's sword, the part is like it's available from the time you get to Hillsbrad. But one of the other quest chains, I think it's Elixir of Agony. You've got to do the Mud Snout Blossoms and then parts from the Murlocs and Naga. And you also need a potion crafted to unlock it, which we do have already, which is nice. And yeah, I remember what you saying, your priest died with an overpull from up top. It can be a dangerous place. It's best to have a full group for it. Now, the shaman heal, and there's a patrol which goes around and stops there. So we want to be somewhat careful. Ideally here, we pull the gnolls rather than the shaman. Oh, yes. This is less fun for melee. An overpower isn't helping. It's not too bad. Looks like somebody else has cleared the majority of this already anyway. And the mushrooms respawn super fast. I'm just going to grab this one or two. Maybe not that one. I don't like fighting the shaman if I don't have to. Let's see if this one can be taken. Yeah, here comes the patrol. It'll stop there. It's weird. The shaman, they're just really annoying. They heal. And they heal a lot. They heal a lot. And we don't have pummel yet. So if I wanted to interrupt it, I'd have to war stomp. Or I'd have to swap to one hand and shield. It was essentially, hang on, excuse me. All they really do is spam lightning bolt and cast healing wave, but healing wave does heal for a lot. So I'm wondering if they've got a recent rank of it. Two more. Probably grab this one. Without pulling. And it instantly respawns apparently. So we'll grab it again. And then I don't have to fight them. So for melee, the gnolls are annoying because of the miss chance. And like if you get a double pull here, you've just got to run. You're not sensibly killing that. But often you're coming to this point at like level 26 just because of how other quest chains like lead you to it. And people think, oh, how hard could it be? Let's just get the few blossoms and move on. A lot of people die to that level of surprise. But as I say, it's a quest I'm aware of, so I'm always very respectful of it and what can happen. It's a very easy place to lose a character. Very easy. Mm. No more life fruit, sadly. So we'll sell what we've got. And certainly craft some more bandages. I want to get up to silk, ideally, pretty soon. Not that we're really finding silk at the moment. It's nice to have that in preparation. And we are finding that we're using the wool bandages more and more.
I have exactly what you need.
I haven't got all day. Beware, our enemies abound.
Blood and thunder. Go forth to victory.
I haven't got all day. I'm listening. Goodbye. Victory for Sylvanas.
And the next thing to do, of course, is the Hillsbrad Fields, Battle of Hillsbrad quests, which are decidedly dangerous. So here's another 3 swiftness potions. And you're interested? Elixir of Agony. 3 free swiftness potions. Take back to Undercity. Let's go back to Thunder Bluff. The other odd one was from a Silverpine Forest quest hand-in. I think it was the hand-in after Pyrewood Village quests. Right, so this is handed in at the back of the Hillsbrad Fields and creates a very angry dog. Incidentally, that very angry dog is worth a lot of experience to kill, so it's worth doing that yourself rather than leaving it to roam around for someone else. It's kind of like an extra quest reward. There are some people who even hang around there looking to snipe it. Yeah, it's another one of those like little random niche things that you'd only notice if you were super paying attention to your experience gain. Like a lot of people just hand in the quest and leave. We want the Briarthorn. Assuming they're not going for it. They are going for it. Of course they are. It was really quiet in this area last night. So I was able to get the mountain lion blood and grey bear tongues done super fast. So thankfully we don't have to be thinking about that today. That's Pharmacalaba we need for our quest. Oh, got a mage here. As long as they don't AoE farm the entire peasant group, I don't mind. But if they do, I shan't be particularly happy. Of course, the disarm. So we'll finish finding these peasants, and after the peasants are dealt with, we'll go back and do the elixir of pain, hand in with that dog. Or while they're respawning, if we don't actually get respawned straight away. It doesn't look like we're getting any. I don't know if you noticed how much experience we were getting from those. I was forgetting to look. Stanley transforms. And we get here 820 experience for killing him. Whereas here is a Citizen Wilkes. 60 something? 66 in a group. We'll see what a single mob will award in a bit. Some peasants respawning. $118. And he's pretty easy to defeat as well. It is worth something like what, seven mobs at once. Ish. You can see why some people like wait for the quest to be handed in and try and snipe it. It's worth the same as a whole mage AoE pull, pretty much. Well, it's not a question of he respawns really quickly, but it's a question of how often do people hand the quest in. He only goes hostile when somebody hands it in. You give him the potion that makes him transform. If nobody's doing the quest, then nothing happens, you know? It's a waste of time. Yes. Yes, absolutely. But it's a much better strategy when the area's flooded with people. Ah, the disarm. I really need some sort of visual reminder on when Battle Shout is or isn't up. So easy to forget it. Like less so when you've only got the 4 buffs up there. But I'm especially noticing with alchemy, the more elixirs and potions and stuff that I've got cluttering, it becomes increasingly more awkward to see what's up and when. I think Stanley's like the the only exception that I'm aware of. Like elite mobs are naturally worth more, because they're usually killed in a group. No, no, he's a normal. That's what makes him unusual. And you could probably Google if there are any other mobs like him. But I don't know of any. Right, is it the blacksmiths next? I think. We were the only one doing the peasants, so there was not going to be anybody ahead of us on the blacksmiths, it would seem.
What is it? Embrace the shadow. Our time will come.
What is it?
Yeah.
Trust no one.
So we're going to be leaving Hillsbrad again very shortly. We're going to do the blacksmith quest that's here. But I might leave the councillor's quest for a moment, unless we can get a group for it. It's a real pain to do it at the best of times, let alone on a equal level warrior. If things go badly, the clerks there have got frostbolts, and so leaving again is not an easy task. And warriors, of course, don't have much in the way of healing or other mobility currently. Not at this level, anyway. Don't know what level we get intercept at. Two. Wow. Okay, that's quite a way away. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not surprised that priest target dummied. It looks like they're fighting right in the middle of the thick spawn, whilst also being like completely level appropriate for what they're fighting. Um, don't know how many that's going to pull. Pulls two, that's alright. Don't want citizen votes. Shipment. Bandage up. Might need to go around the back here. Get a better angle on the blacksmith. Okay. Oh. We still need one apprentice. And that one apprentice standing there. Don't know if it falls separately or what. Now, depending on where that walks, we might be able to get it soon. But we've already got to. There we go. Kite it out. But I think the fact that we're having that much awkwardness and difficulty fighting the apprentice plus one caster there really highlights just how much of an issue that's going to be. And the council chambers are I think spellcasters have an easier time managing it as a part of this quest chain. Melee have a much more difficult time on that part. And certainly even more difficulty when you're talking about being like an equal level rather than exceeding. The only reason I haven't used the potion buffs is because I know I'm leaving very shortly. Otherwise, I'd have put them back on. But we need to go to Thunderbluff. We need to go to Undercity. And that's going to involve quite a bit of travelling. I don't want to waste potion buff time. Like half of it just going from one place to another. If I decided to be crazy and do the next part of the Battle of Hillsbrad, then I would absolutely drink the potions even though I was leaving, because I'd rather make it out than die in there. But yeah, I just don't want to waste it on travel time. The inside of those council chambers, especially if you're trying to solo pull, it's the mobs in there. Like that building that's used, like it's used in Silver Pine Forest for the Dalaran Weaver, the Weaver quest. It's used in another one or two places, and the mob layout inside is always quite dense, but in Hillsbrad specifically, that internal room has certainly an additional one normal mob than other similar quest designs do, and it also has the Clark Horace Whitesteed as an additional unique mob placement. So because it's so crammed in there, if you're not over leveled, then you pulling one thing will basically pull the entire room. And there are something like 7 or 8 mobs in there.
Speak quickly. Trust no one. Victory for Sylvanas.
So you've got the Magistrate, you've got the Clerk, and then you've got guards, and then you've got is it 3 or 4 mages? Yes, about 8 mobs in there.
Beware the living. Watch your back.
And the Battle of Hillsbrad says it's level 26. Yeah, I think that's a bit of an underclaim, to say the least. Yeah, it's a very, very dangerous quest. You want to do it as a group. You want whoever is pulling to be like a higher level, so that whatever they hit, the range of the aggro spreading is less, so that you get less of a crazy time.
And you are. Embrace the shadow.
But I think a lot of people, when they do that in a group, often they've done like the fields and the blacksmith, as a group as well. And that all goes really smoothly because it's like nice, it's in the open, it's pretty simple. But the moment you get into that central hut, like you've got the random things on the outside that can like pull if you try and run, and a lot of people try and skip them and don't clear it properly. So if things do go badly, they go even worse. Then you've got the mobs that are in the 2 entrance rooms, that if you're particularly low level, the second one of those can chain into the main room as well. And then you've got the pull for the main house, main room of the hut itself, where the proclamation and stuff is. And yeah, if you're level appropriate, you're basically pulling that whole room. You might get away with not pulling the magistrate and perhaps one other, because they are like up on that raised area at the end. But you can quite easily get a pull of 6 or so. Suppose we should train shield wall.
I'm listening. Trust no one.
Just not in Undercity. Okay. Find me to go with it. Go with it. Oh, fancy. Oh, jealous. Okay. Okay, that's a good point. What is trained at 170? Nothing. We can learn the shadow oil now. want to get the Mighty Troll's Blood potion, but that requires a Razorfen Downs run. That requires another level to use, so it's not worth, well, half a level. We also need to sort out fishing. Definitely need to sort out fishing.
And you are. Victory for Sylvanas.
So we've got the appropriate Elixir of Agony part. That requires the Daggerspine Naga and the Murlocs. We've got that on our log. We want to go back to Thunderbluff. We also want to... What else do we want to do? Ashen Vale and Stone Talon quests. Plus the remainder of Southern Barrens are the next objectives. Where's our Hearthstone? Sunrock Retreat. Okay. Might be an idea to... No, not to Hearth. Because we want to Hearth to Sunrock Retreat after handing in shredding machines. Yeah. Okay. So, Zeppelin to Orgrimmar. From Orgrimmar to Thunderbluff. Now we can return that quest, which sends us back to Stone Talon Mountains. And we can sort out our distinct lack fishing as well. What is our cooking at? 72. You know what? It's worth going to Brightwater Lake. We've got the fishing bauble in our bags, haven't we? Yeah. rather than run all the way down to what's it called? Bloodhoof Village to fish. We'll go over here, the nearby lake. We'll use the bauble to do the first 25 points.
What is it? Beware the living.
And then we'll do the rest of the fishing when we get to Thunderbluff, probably. Or we could do it in Orgrimmar, actually. Then normally what I would do is fish like the first 1 to 75 fishing skill in a low level zone, so Mulgore, Durotar, or Tirisfal Glades. Most commonly Mulgore because you get sickly looking fish here and it's less enjoyable to fish in Durotar. Although there is like a convenient fishing spot right outside the gates of Orgrimmar, near the light tower, Zeppelin tower. It just feels nicer to fish in Bloodhoof Village. And then once you hit 75, then you can go to main city, fish from 75 to 150, and get the fish required for cooking. But because we've got the bauble, and we're not in a spot to really fish properly, I think it might be also our cooking's at 72 already, so we don't need like the extra low level fish. That we would normally need to raise the cooking. So we'll get to 25 skill, and then we can go to a main city and buy another fishing bauble and fish in a city, so that we get more materials for the higher level cooking. It will work out better that way anyway. So we'll stop whenever we get to 25 essentially. Because then we'll be able to use a 50 skill bauble to push the city minimum catch difficulty. And you can see we're getting lots of like old skulls and sickly fish. So not the best fishing in Tirisfal Glades. I mean, so there's our 25 skill. I mean, no, no, no. Hello, Lisa. Yes, I am enjoying World of Warcraft, thank you. You heard about the game but never tried it. It's a massive, massive world.
I'm listening.
There is a huge amount to see, to do.
Do not
Um,
seek death.
There are character classes that generally appeal to everyone. Someone will always find something that either feels right or like, or fits the style that they want. The lore is pretty expansive. I personally prefer the classic version of the game. It's a slower pace. The world is better. It's more atmospheric. Terrasfell Glades, where we are now, is probably one of my favourite areas. It's one of the starting zones, specifically for the undead race. It's just the music, the art, the you know the deep feeling of the zone as you see it and explore it for the first time. It was created and crafted so well. It's certainly worth trying. I would probably suggest trying classic version of the game first. I wouldn't suggest trying hardcore first. There's a lot to learn. And some things just have unusual knowledge gaps that you can fail to. So I'd recommend, unless you're a really confident gamer. The main character I like is the Warlock. I've played that as my main since 2004 when the game was released. I've had breaks from the game over the years. I stopped enjoying the retail version of the game quite some time ago. And the hardcore servers really sort of brought me back. Yeah, it adds much more of a challenge. It brings back a a sense of accomplishment, and people can't rush through the content as they normally would. The subscription each month. Is that £15? I don't know what it is in dollars. The subscription is lower depending on the length of time you subscribe for. So £10 a month, or $8.69 per month if you have it as a 6-month bill. So yeah, less than I was thinking it was. Um, no, I only stream World of Warcraft. I do play some other things to unwind after a stream, but I only stream World of Warcraft. Is Durotar? When I was younger, Diablo 2 probably is my next most played game. I think a lot of modern games, they lose themselves in the graphics, in trying to make things look like visually real, and it's almost like they try too hard with all of the systems they put in place, that they lose sight of what actually matters and what genuinely feels good. You see it with the Diablo franchise, with like Diablo 4 and Diablo 3 sort of being met with quite a lot of like resistance and dislike, and struggling quite a lot with releases, being hit with both problems and like player dissatisfaction. I did play Diablo 4 and I was very quickly put off it. It didn't feel like they'd properly designed anything. Like for years, in their development process, they were talking about how they were designing items differently, how they were setting up progression in a different way. And then when it came to release, it turned out that everything they'd tried had failed, so they'd done a quick kind of scrap all that and bring back the stats that they'd had previously. But you could, from the point of view of a game designer, of a programmer, of a tester, you could tell that it had been rushed and it didn't feel like it fit appropriately. My main class on Diablo 4 would be the Necromancer. Just like it was my favourite class on Diablo 2. I do have a Discord, but I don't give it out on stream.
Speak. Strength.
Speak, friend.
No, I'm not going to be adding people. Thank you.
Dabu.
So I'm going to go back outside Orgrimmar. I'd forgotten that the second lure actually required 50 fishing skill to use. So we'll get another 25 skill points outside Orgrimmar. And then we'll come back in and we'll go to Thunderbluff, finish the fishing skill up. Check the rest. That's fine. Oh, it's 13,000 now, is it? It's not the 11,000 that it used to be. Yeah, I get a lot of these spam invite requests. Usually from bots. Sometimes from people who actually type. I don't particularly want to know about the PDS. Whatever it might be. But yeah, if you want to try World of Warcraft, I would thoroughly recommend it. There, with the +5 rod and a bauble, 45 skill will be enough to not get any misses in the city. I'll grab this last fish. Head back into Orgrimmar. This is a cooking spot? No, it does not.
What are you looking for? Go with honor.
Rather than run to the back of Orgrimmar, I'm going to go to Thunderbluff.
What do you need? Gold.
I need to go there anyway. And there's a fishing pool right in the middle of the main bluff. That'll be easier. And while we're on the flight point, I'm going to grab something to eat.
Be careful.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
So, I'm going to drop down here. We'll fish the remaining 5 skill points. Again, got the exact required training level. Hopefully we won't get too many misses while we're doing this. Only 5 fish and then we can train to unlock up to 150. What I'm doing down here, the upper level that we want.
Greetings. Walk with the Earth Mother. Peace, friend.
Hmm.
Ancestors watch over you.
That cast offhand has only 1 less damage than the boss drop from Scarlet Monastery Graveyard. Weird. Guarantee as well. Although it's not a quest that undead obtain.
Yes. Remember, Shuck's discipline. What would you ask of Dem?
I think for a change. Might fish down here somewhere. Good tucked away spot. These are good. And the glow here is a little annoying. I think we go there. Glow's going to be irritating. Right, I'm back in a moment. Just got to sort out some food. A second. Be right back. Let's do this. Now, bags. That cloth. Actually, quest item. The main thing that is nice down here is that when you're up on the bluff, and you frequently get, in busy periods certainly, people who will jump into the pool, swim across, or even people who will deliberately move across your bobber, and while they're covering it, you're not actually able. You're not actually able to click it. And in the case of Tauren, they're quite large, so their ability to block and cover your bobber pretty significant. So having somewhere else that is still in Thunderbluff is fishable, but is not super crowded. That has people potentially blocking stuff is quite nice. Wonder if there's somewhere else that I can stand, which is maybe slightly. I'm standing here, aren't I? Nope. Nope. Okay. Does that count as standing? Yeah. Feels as though there's slightly more distance and it won't get blocked by the wall. The goal while this bauble is running down is to get to 70 skill, as the rod gives +5. And then we don't need any more baubles to fish Thunderbluff. We can simply keep fishing without buying anything and skill all the way up to 150. And then we'll have plenty of fish in our bags to cook and finish cooking up to 150 as well. And we're at a level now where we can go through Dustwallow Marsh very soon, and also through Desolace, and pick up the next books for cooking and fishing. Sorry, first aid, cooking. Fishing is Booty Bay. But that's our next goal, what we're saving for particularly. And that bit up there is exceedingly bright. Wondering if we can stand this way perhaps. Have a longer class the swimming. Trying to see like, where I'm standing. Goes from standing to swimming swiftly. There we go. Just gonna grab my food this cast, and then I'll eat while we're doing this fishing. Right. So while I'm eating, I'm gonna mute, but I will continue to fish so as to make the most of time. And you're basing it. They're basing this nonsense on. No offense, but a warlock can be 4th, 5th on DPS. And yeah, you're a high threat class. You still have to manage your aggro. You have to manage your threat. I think my issue with people who speak up like that about warlocks is they're frequently, especially as ones who claim it to be their main class, and then complain that like they're constantly, oh, I constantly pull threat. You know, I have threat issues. Well, yeah, you do, but you should also know if that's your main class that you are a high threat class, and that you need to manage that threat. So in dungeons, it might be better to multi-dot and spread your damage around so that there is less aggro on more things, and the tank might have a better job dealing with it that way. Or you might find that you can't open with a triple burst shadow bolt, and because the tank won't be able to hold aggro. So you might need to start up with some slow damage dots. And if the tank is maybe a little bit low level, maybe their weapon isn't quite up to the current content rank, and so they have less threat than you might expect, then you need to adjust your playstyle accordingly. And you might find that you need to not then spam Shadow Bolt. You might need to put the dots up and wand it, even if you are Destro. And doing that sort of thing will help you have damage ticking. It'll help you like manage your mana better, so that you're putting less pressure on the healer by life tapping. So, like as a result of doing the dots and wand, if you've got a low threat tank, if you won't pull aggro, so the healer won't be spam healing you, because you would take more damage from being hit than the tank would. There are so many like little factors that play into how you do things and why you do things, and when you do and don't burst, and when it is and isn't worth risking pulling aggro from the tank or not. Yeah, like there's so much, so much that you can think about. But players like that they're not interested in thinking it through properly, or coming up with, lol, you can't go home as a warlock. Ah, gee, you're clearly not a main. Well, you can still go out of mana if you are in a situation where life tapping is not optimal and or not appropriate. In which case, you have to account for that. So I don't think shamans are a threat dump. Mm. Thank you. Mm. Okay. Yes, they have. Let's be real here. The group or raid are going to want you to have Wind Fury down. I mean, it's their answers are all like reaching at straws. I was like, yes, okay, you have tranquil air, sure, but that's not why you're there, is it? You know, it's like, yes, they have tranquil air. Yes, they can use tranquil air. But that's not why you're in the raid, is it? It's to put Wind Fury down, isn't it? You know, that's your sole purpose. So, do you have threat dump? Yes, technically you do. Are you able to use the threat dump in the raid? Well, no. Because it defeats your purpose of being there. What do they say? Don't seem to know how warlocks work in dungeons and raids. Well, I mean, if that's not accusing me of not maining a class, then I don't know what is. What sort of person would main a class, but not know how it worked in dungeons and raids? I mean, when you're talking about someone who has raided and done and played since 2004, you know, a new player that might have only played one class, but yeah, anyway. I'm not going to respond to them further because they're clearly somebody who sort of clutches at straws and reaches for like obscure pedantic points to try and discredit your answers. I'm not interested in having a discussion with someone like that. You never want to have a discussion with someone like that. They're generally full of nonsense. Or they'll talk in vague general terms and then pick out highly specific points to critique and try and keep you focused on defending those nonsensical minor points or pedantic issues with what you've said to try and appear like they are winning an argument. And that is essentially what will continue to happen. Um, should you engage with them further. Yep, a lot of mats. Yeah. It's fishing. Wonderful. Just 6 more skill to go. Then we can do essentially a cooking marathon. So what do we build the harvest on? We haven't done a shaman. Did the warlock, priest, first warrior, hunter. Although the hunter might not have been high enough level to go and find it, actually. So warrior, priest, warlock. We might look for a fathom deeps. What do I need from fishing? I'd put it off for a long, long time, and we are, as a warrior, the food buff is a lot more important than on some other classes. And we're down to our last spiced wolf meat, which gives 2 stamina and 2 spirit. I'd been working cooking up, like using the low level stuff. It's only at 77. And so, as we were out of food, everything we've cooked, the smoked bear meat and the spiced wolf meat, was very much time to actually get the fishing done and get the cooking leveled. We're almost at 28. Like in a level and a half, we'll need to go and get the cooking book from Desolace and fishing from Stranglethorn Vale and the first aid books from Dustwallow Marsh. So, I guess it's all come to that point. We've reached that time. It needs to be done. The extra spirit buff we'll have from the food will assist with lessening like downtime in combat from mob to mob. Like it's not a lot, but like it all adds up. How do you safely get the book from the Desolace? You walk through the zone. No, not at 28. I'd go there around level 30. Oh, I wouldn't go there at 28. But at level, so But we've got stuff in Ashen Vale to finish up. And we've got stuff in Stone Talon Mountains to do, quests and things. And then when we're done with the Charred Vale, we can go through Desolus. The mobs down this side by the Centaur camps are at most 33. And then you sort of come down a slope here to get, and then you've got Ghostwalker Post and Manorock Coven, and you can walk safely through Manorock Coven. The demons, although they're higher level, are set back from the road enough. But you can also like go the back way past a graveyard, and down the other side, where the mobs there are either not present because that path doesn't have spawns on, or at most 33. And the only thing you really have to be careful of after that is when you come down towards Shadowprey Village itself. Sometimes you might find there's like a level 40 or so normal scorpion mob down here, and you obviously do not want to walk into the level 40. But in general, the entire zone is safe to walk through at level 30. If when you do go, where is it? There's a like a fortress here, and you come from Stone Talon Mountains through the Charred Vale, and you want to kill like some of the mobs just around the outside of this until you get the Demon Scarred Cloak drop, which is a horde only quest drop, and that hands in at Ghostwalker Post and starts a little quest chain. But it's most efficient to get the drop while you're walking past the area for the first time, because then you can combine that quest with other quests, and otherwise you're like walking back and forth extra times for no reason. But yeah, I tend to try and do that trip at level 30. Sometimes character depending, class depending, you end up doing it ever so slightly later. The way the questing and leveling on the warrior is going, I anticipate potentially being level 31, maybe 32. It depends how long Ashen Vale and Stone Talon Mountains take to finish off. But I certainly have done like getting the Demon Scarred Cloak drop at 30 before, because you have to fight some mobs that I think range from 30 to 33, which is why you don't want to go around on the inside of that encampment. It's too dangerous. You stay on the outside. So we're going to get cooking up to 150. I think that's +6. +6. +8 stamina and spirit. You can get up to at 150. And then we'll yeah, it's definitely worth it, especially for a warrior. And then the next things after that, like the skill 175 things, are also +8. And that's the Stranglethorn Veil, like Roast Raptor and Raptor Egg cooking and stuff, carrying surprise. And then increase at 200-ish. Yeah, so the spider sausage will be +12, but requires level 35. And Millie can get the Dragon's Breath chili, which is a really nice buff too. Yes, yes, they are. So Mystery Meat drops off a whole host of random creatures, so like buzzards and is it basilisks as well that drop it sometimes? And the small flame sacks can be farmed off um, like whelplings and dragonkin, I think. So think the whelplings in the Swamp of Sorrows, the whelplings in Dustwallow Marsh. You have to kill a lot of those for a quest anyway, so that you know they're not an issue. You can get plenty.
Looking for something special?
It's just a really nice, you know, you don't need it up all the time, but if you're fighting sort of tougher things, I think it only lasts for 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes. I'm close to being able to try that shadow oil that you were asking about as well. I haven't got any grave moss yet, but it'll be time to go down to 1,000 needles soon-ish and start questing there. And that's where the recipe is sold in Freewind Post. Yeah, some of these other recipes obviously require like level 35, 40. But I mean, we can't do the like final cooking quest until like level 43, 44 at the earliest, just because of the creatures that we need to fight in order to get the giant egg drops as self-found. trying to remember how far this Longjaw Mud Snapper skill goes. Goes grey at 130. Okay. I think it's a fairly close range AoE, and I'm not certain, but I think it's more like a cone than a circle. But it's not something that I've particularly used, because I played a rogue in vanilla, so it wasn't something I used a lot of, as it could break things like gouge, which you wouldn't want it to do. Or at least I think it can. Like, I've never tested it, but that was my assumption, because gouge still counts as an attack. But I'm really quite looking forward to being able to try out like the Dragon's Breath chili combined with the Oil of Immolation. See how actually effective that is. Yeah, it doesn't have a cooldown, so after its duration you can immediately use another one. Like I see like tanks using like grenades for instant threat with engineering. But the Oil of Immolation, I'm wondering if it might just be, it's obviously not an instant burst, but it might be a good like AoE threat builder. Yeah, like if you're not self-found, you should probably just be able to buy it from an alchemist. What's it made with? I think it's the fire bloom things in Tanaris. There we are. 31 to use, 205 to craft. The last 15 seconds. But yeah, it'll use the fire flower that you can farm in Tanaris, whatever
Shall meet again.
whatever it's called. Fire bloom.
Ah, I have just the thing for you.
So you have to be a slightly higher level to pick the flowers to craft it. But I mean, it's certainly something that you can just pop on AoE pools whenever you're close enough to Arcane Explosion or whatever. Oh, not what I wanted to do. Sell that, not
Winds be at your back.
no, never mind. It's 512. Right, there we are. Cooking done.
I've been expecting you.
So now we can get a food buff from clam meat. Essentially, that's what we're mainly looking for next. And spider sausage when we hit 200 skill.
How may I aid you?
Yeah, definitely obviously need the cooking book and fishing books now. And we're 2 skill points away from silk bandages and needing the skill book for that as well.
What brings you?
Sell those snappers.
Go in
There's 2 cooked fish in our bags.
peace. Greetings.
Raw fish. Back in. Sell those potions now. Learn that one. And
Goodbye.
there we go. What is the free action potion recipe? Black mouth oil, of course.
Well met. May the eternal sun shine upon
He's sold as
you.
well.
Well met.
Meat in the bank as well.
What brings you here? Farewell.
Okay, so we've got that. That's level 23 to hand in. 23, 25. 3, 26. And what level are the things in Ashen Vale? That's the other. They're 24. Actually, slightly higher level. Easiest flight point for Horde that connects Gromgol to Arathi Highlands. Gromgol and Arathi Highlands are a very, 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 very long way away from each other. So you've got Arathi Highlands with Hammerfall up in this top corner. That's where your flight point is. And Gromgol is all the way down the other end. All the way down here. I would not recommend flying from here to there. I would personally say that's a pretty terrible idea. The easiest thing you can do to go to Gromgol from Arathi Highlands or vice versa would be to use the Zeppelin at Undercity. Because the flight paths between the two, that's going to be something like 12 or 15 minutes. Whereas if you hop on the Zeppelin and then fly from Undercity, it's going to be a good 4 or 5 minutes faster at the very least, maybe more. Depends if you've got a mount or not.
Hail. Be careful.
We're going to go to the crossroads and then the big into Stone Talon Mountains. We'll place the toxic auger. We'll also hand in shredding machines. Linzel's forest magic. We'll do some of the other Stone Talon quests as well. And then quest is it? There's a quest from Blood Elf, Cenarius' Legacy. Once we've done that quest, that will give us the Ordanus quest, which takes place in Ashen Vale. And that unlocks a second quest called the Den, which is in the same place as this elite quest. So we'll be able to find a group for that at some point. And depending on the time, we might run a Black Fathom Deeps. But it depends how long a group would take to find for that. There seem to be plenty of healers around. Well, I was really disappointed with this Brutal Armor Warrior quest line at 30. I finally looked up the reward for it, and you get a chest piece that's worse than the one from the end boss of Wailing Caverns. And that's usable at 23. Yeah, I wasn't I wasn't impressed. I swiftly abandoned the quest. I was going to do it on the previous warrior because I was mining and blacksmithing and was going to switch to mining engineering, and the quest requires like 10 iron bars to hand in. That was a pretty easy thing to do. But this time, of course, we're alchemy. So 10 iron bars is problematic. So I looked up to see whether it was worth it or not, and it wasn't even an upgrade. So I just abandoned it because it doesn't seem worthwhile. Yeah, personally, I would run Wailing Caverns once, possibly twice, depending on if I really wanted a lot of extra drops from the place and how many deviate hides I still needed for the 10 slot bag. But after that, it's like the item might be nice, but it's quite a long dungeon to run. It's fun. I like it. But it can be quite a long dungeon to run, especially if you don't have a high-leveled group for it. And there is, of course, no guarantee that you would get the chess piece to drop anyway. it's certainly nice to have. But you can get other rest pieces from quests not too much later that are worse, but still okay.
What can I do for you? Loktar!
How?
Okay. So next quest is all the way up there. So we're going to half the Sunrock retreat because it is a ridiculously long run. Otherwise.
Well met. Walk with the Earth Mother.
Hello.
What brings you here? Ancestors watch over you.
Elemental War. We don't need Harpy's Threaten, but there's a small outside chance that while we pass the entrance path to the Charred Vale, there will be one or more fire elementals. So we'll walk past it twice. So it is worth having the quest in our log, just in case. We will need to come back here to hand in the seed quest anyway before we get the follow-up. No point grabbing the other one. And now we can go down, do the Toxic Fogger quest, get that out of our bags. West hand in then requires us to return to Thunderbluff. We can do another time. And it's soloable as a it's just a fair last one. Not that bad. And the initial 3 Yetis are absolutely fine. You out level it by 3 levels. So again, that's pretty fine. And you so you can get aggro when they spawn. Lead them away so that they don't attack the chicken. Chicken walks by. Mobs reset. Done. Like if you really want to do it and like avoid stuff. It's nowhere near as bad as people, I think, make out it is, because most people do the traditional thing of what people do in general, which is the hard quest presents itself and they tackle it head on. Well, a lot of things in World of Warcraft are hard or difficult if you attempt to complete them by charging in and just going for it and trying to fight everything at once. It'd be like saying something was hard as a warlock when you weren't using fear, or your pet to tank something when needed, or choosing to just not use a pet as a hunter and saying, "Oh, this is difficult." Well, yeah, I mean, it would be if you're doing it that way, or trying to solo something like Tethys in Stranglethorn Vale as a warrior, where you, in order to do so, you would very much need to hamstring kite and use a lot of ranged attacks while doing so, and simply choosing not to and standing in melee with him and going, "Oh, this is hard." Well, of course it is, because you're not tackling it with the right mindset or the right tools. Like your toolkit has the options. Like on those escort quests, a lot of them you can skip some of the packs that spawn to ambush you. And it becomes considerably easier as a result. But if you choose to just fight stuff, then you're only making things harder for you. There's an escort quest in Darkshore, where you take a very sleepy druid who's waking up from the Endemol dream to Mistral Post, and if you walk along the main road through the forest, mobs spawn and attack you. If, however, you leave and avoid the path, things don't spawn to attack you. And the quest is considerably easier as a result. You've avoided the difficulty. And the chicken escort quests, Sonaris, Faralas, hinterlands. Some of what spawns, you can be mounted up, you can ride past it, get its attention, let the thing you're protecting walk past, and congratulations, you have succeeded. Well done. Then you can let them reset, and everything's fine. A lot of people don't even try that though. They see the ambush appear. They run straight into it. Then they discover it's more difficult than they were wanting. Once the things are defeated, the thing they're escorting runs on by. They don't feel like they've got time to stop and drink and recover, etc. But it's surprising how many times situations like that present itself, and everyone's first reaction is to just mindlessly engage and fight it rather than thinking of a better way to overcome it. Especially if you're trying to solo stuff. Right? Because it's very difficult to solo some things. Meadow Ring of Agility. Or Agility. I think that just gets vended, probably. Unless it's actually worth keeping. I don't know if it would be, though. Almost 4 gold. Might actually be worth keeping in our bank until 60. Right. Let's see. That's all vendorable. Cool. So we've got seeds. I've got the Corsair Eyes, Forest Magic. named sons and daughters. Some. Right. I'm just gonna grab some food. I'm still super hungry. I'll be back in a moment, and then we'll continue with what's up ahead. Okay. I now have more food. And we need to hopefully be hunting for sap beasts to begin with. And not the corrosive kind. So the corrosive ones cannot and do not drop quest item. But the corrosive ones unfortunately do also share spawns with the regular ones. So we'll have to see how many regular sap beasts we can locate. And from that work out if we might just want to clear some sap beasts, some of the corrosive ones, and come back. Or alternatively swap to a different layer. If too many of them are corrosive, it would take far too long. To clear them all out, that is. Clearing out a couple and waiting for a respawn while we kill some of the other stuff, it's fine. But if it's like nothing but corrosive ones, we're probably best leaving them, like focusing on the other quests and then layer hopping. There's the Fey Dragon. I've seen a few sap beasts still around. But there's still quite a lot of corrosive ones. The main issue is, of course, that we've only had one sap drop. And so things will inevitably take longer. And of course, as soon as we say that, another sap drop. I swear it's like they know, they listen to you.
listening. What brings you here?
So we have our quest down here to hand in. Forest magic. And then also Flying Machine Airport. But that requires going back to Thunderbluff. So I'm going to run down here, hand this in. Path to Sunrock Creek. Our Hearthstone is just coming up. And then fly down Thunderbluff. And then we need to decide between Southern Barrens and Ashen Vale. Might be Southern Barrens first, actually. And we can go down and perhaps up the Free Wind Post light point as well. That will make Ashen Vale and Black Fathom Deeps later tonight, I expect. I don't think that quest quite brings us to level. I think we level off the Thunderbluff hand in. I could be wrong, but I think it gets us close, but not quite.
What be on your mind? Spirits be with you, man. You be careful, man.
Hmm. We might not even level with Thunderbluff hand in, actually.
I have just the thing for you. Go in peace.
How may I aid you? Ancestors watch.
At least Thunderbluff is a decent, like, en route stop from here to the Southern Barrens. And you can do Digrat's Dew. And Empty Keg. And the remaining Camp Traja quests. Plus Revenge of Gan. Washed Pony. Of choice. Another book for hopefully an alive our tanker, and it dead twice. Looking in the right place. Touch too late. Okay, nice. Old 150. Bandages. We can go head into Southern Barrens. We'll be able to go into Dustwallow Marsh, the Hugo Village as well.
What is it?
All factions honoured. Full discount applied. So very, very, very close to 29.
friend.
So that's a good balance. Two there. Have some strangle kelp, but with the wild steel bloom. So that's 7 potions, 8 potions. 13.
Go in peace.
They don't actually teach enough alchemy here, do they?
The winds guide you.
Got a trainer.
Ancestors watch
Looking for
over
something
you.
special?
So we need leaded for. Get some more strong troll's blood. It's gone green. Okay. No, looks defense. Okay, still didn't scale up off that. Alright.
Goodbye.
So, troll's blood, agility, 180, 185, fire as well. Matter of fortitude. Hey there, Trendane. Yeah. Very, very close to it. Very close to it indeed.
What brings you here?
Putting some extra materials away in the bank.
Farewell.
Yeah, they've been going pretty well. We've cleared up some stuff in Hillsbride Foothills. That went nicely. Not too difficult. And then we're going the Southern Barrens. Next. Do this cooking quest. Shen's empty egg, and there are some
How may I aid you?
few quests at Camp Tarajo as well. Looking forward to getting level 30. And that's going to be quite a big deal. We get sweeping strikes at 30, which lets us fight two things at once with much more ease. And that's really, it feels really good anyway. You can like combine it with cleave so that you trigger the strikes even faster, which is nice. It does use a lot of rage to do that though. Looking to doing some forward to doing some more dungeon tanking as well. Probably this evening we'll do a Blackfathom Deeps run. What else are we looking for? Other dungeons. We did a Shadowfang Keep already. Razorfen Crawl is next. That's not how that works, Ice. The talent you're thinking of is Tactical Mastery. It doesn't give you, it lets you keep up to 25. So if you have no rage, you keep no rage. If you have more than 25, you lose whatever was extra. Yeah, we'll be able to think about Gnomeregan and Razorfen Crawl soon as well. Honestly, for a lot of like dungeon tanking, you can mostly stay in defensive stance anyway. So, like it's not really talent that's all that amazing. and likewise for a lot of leveling stuff. I find that I just stay in battle stance because all I'm doing is spamming Sunder, and that's it. Just Sunder, 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 and if there's a chance that the mob I'm fighting will turn around and run away and aggro other things, then I'll put hamstring on it. But otherwise, Sunder is your best and most efficient thing to do. Like Rend falls off and stops being relevant. It's important to get because it's good early, but you're mostly wanting it just to get deep wounds. We're just going to go over this side to search for our tanker, which is it's not a rare mob, but it's a named mob that that can only spawn in a couple of places and drops a quest item. Or an item that starts the quest, I should say. You don't need anything in advance to look for it. This doesn't bode well though. Everything's dead. There it is. Do warriors have a method of keeping high threat on a large pack of mobs? Generally it's tab sundering, I think, for the most part. You target a thing, you sunder, you target the next thing, you sunder. And, well, being in defensive stance, you can take Defiance, which increases your threat that you generate while in defensive stance. Yeah, good luck with AoEing in dungeons without ripping aggro off the tank. So, what I can do at like level 30 to 40, for example, if I need to pull things back, then I don't get to press charge, which means I don't get any bonus rage from using charge. So I have minimal resources to work with. I can then potentially use Blood Rage before I pull, so that I've at least got something. I can go in, I can use Demoralizing Shout and Battle Shout, which will use the rage that I generated, but will provide some low-level area of effect threat that will, at least initially, make things target me. And then I can auto-attack and sunder. And that's essentially it. I can overpower if I'm in battle stance when something dodges, or if I'm in defensive stance, I can use revenge when something blocks, dodges, or parries. But unfortunately, like those are the only options. People seem to think that Thunderclap is this massive threat generating ability because it was changed to be like that in Wrath of the Lich King. But in Classic, it's not. It hits a maximum of 4 things and does low damage to them. It doesn't do like high threat or anything. Not like people think it does. So, you know, when you consider that you're hitting for, I don't know, 150, 200, whatever it might be. Well, Thunderclap hit for 23. I mean, that... and it requires battle stance. So that wouldn't even be increased by defensive stances, increased threat generation, because that wouldn't be active. Yeah, I mean, also as a mage, you've got some priorities to think about, like using counterspell on specific casters that are dangerous or are healing, or focusing damage on specific things that need to die soon or fast or early. I know AoE like seems good. It's very mana intensive though, and it's actually often faster for the group if you single target things instead. Because like if everyone's focusing one thing, it dies sooner, which means that it's doing no damage anymore. It also means that because it's doing no damage, the healer is using less mana to heal people, so there's less pressure on the healer's mana. And if that lower pressure persists across multiple pools, then the whole group can move together faster and need to stop and drink less. Whereas if you like crazy spam out AoE, you'll first of all send yourself out of mana because AoE is expensive. But you might pull aggro, which means the healer will be healing you, and not the tank, because you've got lower armor. That will require more healing to top you up. But you have to get a feel of it, like group by group. It's one of the reasons why I really quite like druid tanks. It's much easier for them to hold AoE threat because they've got claw, and they can claw spam, and that will be an attack that hits everything. All right, well, multiple targets around them anyway, and will be much more likely to maintain threat. There we go, 29. need to remind myself what abilities we get at 30. Get something useful. Wow. 1 gold 20 for +5 damage on cleave. Rend isn't worth training. Slam isn't good until high levels. So a whole lot of nothing. But it does mean that we save some money on what we would otherwise be spending. Thank you, Trendane. Sweeping strikes is the big thing that makes a difference. And then Mortal Strike 10 levels after that. Ooh. It looks as though this entire area has been completely farmed of the storm hides. I think we've seen one storm hide wandering around. That was over here. There's another one. Second one. Just the same one. No. Nope, that one's been killed by somebody else. This is one of the most awkward quests there is in Barrens. One of the most awkward quests there is in the game, to be fair. So the storm hides that share a spawn with the hyenas and the thunderhawks. But the thunderhawks and storm hides have quest drops. And the hyenas are required for absolutely nothing. So inevitably, the hyenas get left. They're not attacked, they're ignored. Because people only want the quest items. But it means that very, very certainly this entire area eventually fills with nothing but hyenas. And so your options are kill them all and wait for respawns, or swap layers and hope things are better elsewhere. It isn't assisted by the fact that the lightning glands are not a high drop rate. Also, I don't know if you're aware, there's an interesting... Do it on another one. Sounds similar to Voltros in Westfall. Yeah, yeah. There are some, well, several areas in the game where this sort of thing happens, and one of the other main ones was it Western Plaguelands? There's spiders and bears, and you need the bears for a quest, so everyone kills the bears. And then there are none, only spiders. Same with wolves in the same area. They're like 2 quests back to back. Just going to move loot briefly. Where is it? On free for all because I need the dig rats. Yeah, people get trapped a lot in this. They come here at a really low level, and then they'll sort of slowly clear to the back, and they don't realise it's kind of like an outdoor cave. Like it doesn't have a roof, but it's essentially a cave. It's got walls that you can't climb out of. It's got only one path that you can take. It's a cave. You need to take care in caves. Now, the best advice I can give is clear methodically. You know, don't go haphazardly all over the place. Like, plan a path in advance. So, like, I'm mostly thinking I want to clear the middle because I want to get to this rat and this rat for the quest. I mean, certainly when you're trying to do this at 22 instead of 29, it's a lot harder because you've got your more risk of pulling other things, killing it more slowly, having it run away, and have time to run away. If you ever find yourself in a situation where you've got respawns, you always want to fight and engage them on top of where they've spawned. You don't want to pull back. If you think about it, if you're walking into an area that you've cleared here to there, when you're walking back again, things are spawning here to there. So you really want to engage what's respawned on top of its spawn point. Otherwise, you pull it towards you, you'll be engaging it on top of where the next things to spawn will appear. And that's what causes the issues for most people. They'll be mid-fight and extra stuff will just start appearing around them. So you've asked before the other one is Soul of Iron, is never known defeat. I think it's a buff that they introduced on regular servers before hardcore was a thing. So you could get the buff on the regular servers. And sort of show people that you'd played and never died before hardcore was a proper. I think it is. I think it's still available on regular servers. I think you have to go and turn it on somewhere. And I just realised I've been a bit of a fool in the dig site. We went straight to the dig site and did not talk to Gan to actually get the quest for the dig site. I just went straight in with the digged rat stew. But yeah, when you start a self-found on the hardcore server, you have both. Yeah, this quest will probably be grey.
Goodbye. Go in peace.
I don't know, green, just. It'll be grey very soon. In there is where one of the few grave moss spawns is. Not that you can really see it on the map for all of the clutter. It helps tremendously in completing quests like this when you do pick up the quest, doesn't it? Don't know why I didn't notice. Probably because I was focused on the dig rats. They are kind of annoying. So when you're in a party with group loot, the dig rats, for some reason, unlike a lot of other things, count as a mob kill. So it would alternate who was able to loot things. But because the other person isn't on the quest and the dig rats don't drop anything else, they're not able to check the dig rat in order to trigger the dig rat to be lootable for people on the quest. Which is why you need it as free for all, otherwise you kill the dig rat, and unless it is specifically your loot, you can't loot the thing. And it's sort of super niche knowledge that you don't come across very often. Yeah, I mean you can do that. You just normally what you'll do is the loot it'll be your assigned body to loot, and you'll check it, and the game will determine that actually you don't need the quest item, and you've now taken your loot. So the item or any quest items then become unlocked for other people. So for example, if you're doing a Wailing Caverns run and somebody in the party like finishes off their Deviate Hides quest, you want to be looking at the person who's finished their quest, and when they loot the mobs that can drop Deviate Hides, you want to be standing near them, because those mobs will then become, if it had a hide, the hide will then become lootable and you'll be able to loot it instead. Yeah, that's why you don't see sparkles until after the thing's been looted, because it's not, you're not allowed to loot it until the person whose mob it is has checked it first. So, Ice, if the mob dies and you're in a party, and they check the body, and then you can't check the body, that means there was no quest item for you to loot. It would only let you check it if either they left some of their assigned loot on the body, or the quest item was there to be taken after they'd taken what they were allowed to first. That's why I say with things like the Deviate Hides in Wailing Caverns, if somebody's completed their quest, like, stand near them so that when they check the animals, if it suddenly becomes available to loot, click it and you'll get a hide. It's super useful to know for all like quests like that. Right. Now we can hand this in. Not sure if we've got time to do part 2 of it or not. More bruiseweed. Grab that before we move on. Just need to turn my phone off. We'll see how much of Betrayal from Within we can get done. We'll see if we can find any other lightning glands. There's an interesting little thing that you can do with, well, with us, with these, with any caster. So if I engage it and it starts casting, if I run away, strafing, it behaves differently. It's less easy to see, I think, with these than with actual mana bar casters. But you can get it to not cast spells and chase you and follow you. You time it right. But it only works when you're strafing. It's not something that's talked about in vanilla much by anyone at all, actually. But it's really useful for repositioning mobs, especially in like raid fights and stuff. I'll see if I can demonstrate it on one of the casters in here. That's the mob we need to kill. We also need to look for Washed Pony, and they can spawn in here. There's a skull. Can you actually cast? Doesn't seem to want to. Oh, Searing Totem and Healing Ward, that's what, yeah. Yeah, they wouldn't be casting then. Okay, well... that one was completed first time. I don't need a wand. We don't need to fight any more seers. I'll have to find a caster another time. Remind me if I don't remember when you're around again, Ice. But I've got to leave in a couple of minutes because it's that time of day. But it's super useful to be able to do. I have to find something that would normally just spam spell after spell after spell. As it's a lot more noticeable when you can stop something casting that would normally just keep on going. No, it it affects their AI and how they path and move. So, like if I was fighting something and I just backpedaled away, it would still cast spells at me. But if it was fighting and just as it was finishing, or if it was casting, and just as it was finishing the spell, I strafed away, it would follow me rather than cast again. And so you can move it and reposition it. I don't know if it exists in retail still, but it's certainly a classic thing. There's the grave moss. Three. Out of the 4 required. Right, so we've done weapons of choice as well. I'll have a quick look for washed pony. And then I think I'm going to need to log. So there's essentially 2 spots that you can find washed pony in. One of them is essentially where we just were, in there near just past the huts. And the other place is like along here. I don't know of anywhere else to find it. There it is. Well, we'll grab this quest item. And then I'll stay sort of in this general area. because we'll need to check for the storm hides. Oh, yeah, bags are mega full, aren't they? I'll go and stand up here. Because the harvester can spawn here. That's the only reason I'm going to log up here as opposed to anywhere else. We'll go up to Camp Trajou to empty our bags when I'm back on later. For now, this will do as a good spot to log off, just in case it's here when we log back on. Right, I will say I do have to go, so we'll be back probably an hour and a half maybe, something like that. But thank you very much for watching, and I will see you next time.